Turn my lights off.
There you go. There you go.
Alright, we're good to go now. So we gotta shoot the shit for a certain amount of time. But
Yeah. That's easy for us.
so I guess a recap is in order since you haven't been here this whole fucking time, right?
I mean, I've gotten the recaps from you, and I've watched a little bit, but I haven't watched
Okay.
everything.
So let's see here. I've done everything that I possibly could figure out how to do at this point. We're literally at the precipice of going to the island with Leanne's boat. Let's see here. Stuff that matters. Didn't do anything for Everett, so I don't have my gun, but I got Ruby's gun.
Okay, cool.
Ruby's fucking dead.
Yeah.
The Hardy Boys are fucking dead. What's his face in the Stormtrooper armor is still alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because my reaction speed was too low. Basically, that whole entire section was just L's upon L's upon L's because I got the lawyer check, the black lady.
Yeah.
I had a 92% check to save her.
That's right.
Yep,
You told me this.
I had a 92% check to save her, and I failed it, and she got fucking shot, and she bled out. So there's only 2 Hardy Boys left. I couldn't use all my checks to stop and de-escalate the fight. Did not work. I tried to shoot Homeboy, and I shot him in his armor, so that didn't work. I think there's only one check I actually did succeed, and that was a check to dodge a bullet.
Nice.
Which would have sucked if I got hit by. So yeah, everything worked out pretty badly that one time, but we're still alive, and that's what matters. I got to have the date with Leanne, which is the one thing I care about the most. Set up a club church with no drugs. Found out what the hell the 2mm hole in the world was.
And you told me you met a cryptid or two?
No.
Thought you mentioned that.
No, I've been cryptid hunting.
Oh, that's probably what you said.
Yeah, I've been cryptid hunting. As far as I'm concerned, Tiago is a cryptid.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is kind of loud. Is it just me?
I have my shit turned down, so it might just genuinely be loud.
No one's in chat right now, so I can't ask anyone if it's loud.
Do.
I'm just gonna turn my shit down. While I'm doing this, I found out, I'm not sure if you were aware of this, and I won't be able to hear your response for a second since I'm checking audio, but I found out that with Twitch integration, your chat can temporarily change your stats so you can update some shit.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I'll show you in 2 seconds. So as soon as I, actually start the stream proper. Oh no, I want to see visual of my stream Twitch app. Can I not? I'd like to see my stream.
I'd like for my shit to work, please.
No, it looks like everything's fine. Yeah, okay. It was just loud on my end. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Everything's chilling. Alright, let me run the other ads. Sorry, VOD viewers, you can just skip ahead a little bit, like about a minute.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll be able to show you my stats. My stats look kind of odd because I was able to level up some stuff that I shouldn't have been able to level up normally.
Nice.
Is there anything else that I care about? No, that's about it. So, you've done a few runs of this game at this point, right? What did you go for when you started? If you even remember.
I don't know the exact first one I started, but I think it was very similar to one you did basically, which was all like I basically maxed out like visual calculus and all of like the intelligence based ones.
Mm-hmm.
However, I had like one health and one psyche. Like I legitimately, if I failed the check, I died because I didn't know that's how that worked. Um, and there were several instances of like me having to just like, did I fail that? Was that scripted? I had no problem figuring it out. And then like a second run, actually one of my more favorite runs was doing like basically physical cop, like putting all into like like the aggression perks, like volition and half-life, pain threshold, and just like being a fucking brick of a human being. I couldn't figure out where like the glass broke from and all that shit, but I was super strong and could take shots very well, and like I could interrogate people and all that kind of crap. So it's one of my favorites because of like it was just a completely different playthrough. Um, and then I did more of the Inland Empire, like super heavy psych kind of thing. It was cool, but because I've already seen the game like 2, 3 times, I had just like was like, okay, that's cool, and then just like didn't care.
So you were just plowing through shit.
Yeah.
So, if you actually see down here where perception is, my
Jesus
perception is
Christ.
at 3, while everything else is around 2. Because in order to, there was something I needed to get that I couldn't get, and I had money boost my motoric so I can get perception so I can get the check for it. I also had him
There
boost physical instrument because I couldn't get the fucking ice cream machine lock open.
you go. Yep. Yep.
Um, I don't actually know why Shivers is this high, but I'm not mad at it. But yeah, I'm still at 4422, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Most of my, despite the fact that most of my stats are in intelligence and psyche, I haven't leveled it up at all.
No, I
Really?
mean, really, they're still good.
Yeah, and
Like,
they're still very good, and I didn't really need to. The things that I really needed to get better was physique and motorics because I still had like 1 health
mm,
at the
mm,
since like a good halfway point, and so if I like took any kind of hit, I died. So I boosted that up. Physical instrument I obviously needed because I couldn't get the thing open. I still don't remember why. It's probably because the clothes I'm wearing. Shivers is this high, but I
probably.
needed when I was trying to find a ruby. I was like, no, I want Shivers to be higher so I can find this out. Um, and then I got the wonderful check of where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at, brother in the cut, where the wood at. Um, Favorite line in the game so far. That's just a
Mm, mm,
beautiful,
mm.
beautiful thing. Um, and I think I'm saying this like I'm gonna be able to like this is actually the end. There's a strong possibility that we're gonna need one more stream. Um,
Probably.
but as far as I'm concerned, I want for my own personal next playthrough, I want to do psych and physique.
Oh yeah.
Because I want to do a how do I say instinct cop
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because Inland Empire and Shivers and Volition, um, definitely my favorite stats in this whole entire shit. Definitely my favorite stats in this whole
Man.
entire shit.
I was reminded of when I did physical cop, and I think I mentioned this to you before. But you know how the body is hanging in the tree, and it's like the aircraft cable and stuff.
Yeah.
If you take Kim's gun, and it's like
The
a sleight of
skiff
hand
floats
or like
on
a
the
motorics
corridor
check,
of the sea.
and if you
Its 2
fucking
seats
hit
are
it,
empty.
like 10 minutes in, you can knock the body off the tree.
That's wild.
Once
10
you
minutes
get
in.
that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
I'm very sure, Inland.
Have you made all the
Mhm, mhm.
necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Yes, sir.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine cam, I'll hold the boombox.
What?
Correct.
What? How else are we supposed to blast Sad FM on our way to the island? Come on, bro.
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Yeah.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Let's fucking go. Also, I have a lot of clothes.
Yeah, you get a lot of clothes in this game. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, with where you are, you could potentially beat the game today.
Okay.
Because really, as it was saying, we're at the end.
Okay. So, yeah. Well, if we're at the end, this will likely be the last stream, and then next week we'll be starting Shin Megami Tensei 5.
Oh yeah.
As far as Logan's concerned, the next game that he's starting is 13 Sentinels, and that'll just be based on his schedule, so that'll be kind of random.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure everyone has figured out by now. I haven't been here very much.
There've been a couple of these streams where I've done it by myself, or I've had Abby on comps. Music is going off.
Stat FM, baby.
And that's because Logan has been at work. He's got a new job, so.
I had a new job for a little bit. I mean, I'm still at it, but yeah.
And it requires his schedule to be very flexible, which I don't have a problem with, given that my work is part-time work. I don't have a problem working around his schedule, but as of recently, he has just had no time.
Not a damn time. I think I said this to you, but I'll say it to them. This is my first day off in like a week and 2-3 days.
Yeah.
So like, it's not awful. I can handle it because it's what I want to do with my life. But also, it's like, man, I'm running out of clothes. I gotta do laundry after this stream.
Yeah, that holds more importance to have a good notebook for 13 Sentinels, because holy fuck,
Goddamn.
that is a dense game. Oh my god,
And
this song is going the fuck off.
Dude. But I think I told you this before, because you had asked if I had watched Wooly versus playthrough of it, and I was like, I watched like 20 minutes, basically, and you were like, okay, don't, and get a notebook.
Yeah.
And I was like, great, sounds like a plan.
So, there have been multiple times, and I was watching this on my smart TV, which isn't the fastest way to do this, but there have been multiple instances where I went, wait, that doesn't make sense, and I had to scrub through the video and look at the other entries to make sense of it.
Jesus Christ, dude.
There's literally that game is broken off into 3 sections of the actual plot of currently going on, the background of all the plots, everything that you need to know, and then it's just a whole nother 3rd section of definitions and archives of shit, and they want you to figure that shit out.
Jesus, dude.
There might be several streams where it's just us going through the archives.
Dude. Is it worse than Kojima?
Okay, so the problem with Kojima is that Kojima doesn't have a coherent story that he wants to tell, so everything's confusing for no
boat
reason.
comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
With 13 Sentinels, they made the game and then broke up the game.
Okay, so
It makes
in a way
perfect
it's worse.
sense.
I was like, in a way it's worse.
It makes perfect sense when you put everything together. But while you're going through the game, you're like, but that doesn't fucking make sense. What the fuck was this character talking about when that happened? What?
But yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean this and that is happening? So that's what's going on. It's not like 13 Cent. It's not like Death Stranding where you go,
Yeah.
okay, but that
How the
doesn't
fuck
make sense.
did he do that? Ink magic, bye.
That doesn't make sense. And then you don't know why he was able to do that. It was basically the reason for a lot of shit in Death Stranding is because it could happen. Don't question it too much. With 13 Sentinels, you can question it all you want, and there will be an answer. You just won't get the answer immediately.
Okay.
You might not get the answer until the end of the game. This one character, we'll actually play the game in 2 seconds. I'm just hyping him up for this because I'm excited to play it. There's one story mode where you play about 30 minutes and then it locks off that character's character arc until the end of the game.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's so fucked up. That's so... Imagine, hey, you're playing Trails of Cold Steel and you play as Reen, but also now you're not going to see Reen until like the last 10 minutes.
The reason why it's locked off
you.
is because if they let you play his character arc, everything would be blown wide open and there would be no story.
Love it. I love that. That's so good.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in a distance.
I've never eaten a quail.
There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Never eaten a quail.
Neither have I, actually. Ooh.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Alright, well. This looks like there might be something over here. This is a fucking gorgeous game, like in its own right.
Oh, yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Due to me being impatient and watching other people's playthroughs, there are certain things that I know about the game that I probably should know about. For example, I know about Harry's ex-wife, and in my playthrough, I don't know shit about it. Because every prompt that I've gotten...
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Every chance that I've gotten to learn about the wife, the whole entire game has went, no, you don't actually want to do that. I promise you, you don't. And
You do not want to do that.
I told you about the volition check for when you're about to call her on the phone.
Yeah.
And that shit said 3% chance of success, and I got a nat 20 on it. And he was like, "Nope, put the phone down. You don't have to deal with this shit." What is a flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath a flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend.
Oh wow, we get one of these. To the west.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper.
What's ahead?
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss.
Below the silence?
Col de Mamadakwa.
Bitch. You're not just gonna
I don't
drop
know.
cryptid names right now. You're not just gonna drop the knock your mama socks off on me. Kim,
Yes,
it's pretty silent on this goddamn island.
it is. Is that why we are stopping?
Wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Alright. Let's see. Anything I can interact with? What the fuck? It's over here. Can we talk about how G Kim is? Like, I know it's against his own will because video game,
Kim's so good.
but like, he is just a real nigga.
He's so good, dude.
He is tolerating in going with a lot of your bullshit. The only thing he hasn't gone with is when Harry's personal life has interfered with the case.
Mm-hmm.
hell is that? I didn't get to double click it, so it's just gonna... excuse me. Oh, okay, he's gonna go around. Gotcha.
Green
Whenever
paint
I
flicks
first
off the
got in this,
monoblock
I didn't
aluminium
understand how
cabinet.
this room
There
was
are
laid
rows
out.
of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Yeah, so when that happened, I was like, why didn't you just go down the fucking stairs? But that's because
Yeah,
you can't.
legitimately, my brain was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't realize you could go over here for like a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah. Run your finger across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an antique computation device. There was a generator upstairs with wires coming out. They terminate here.
What
Well-
does it do?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Got you. No, okay, no. I'm thinking about the conceptual device that old boy was talking about in front of that one building was a tape computer, I think, not a radio computer.
Correct.
Emergency open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. There was a generator that you missed. It didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
What about this?
There's barely anything left. That won't work.
Okay. Or we could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence ouvert reads a dial key. Allumé reads another. The frequency band says radio diffuser.
Alright. So let's go look for some shit. Hello?
Long walk.
Oh, convenient.
That
I'm not
works.
sure we don't need money for it, but hydrogen. Oh, I got another dice.
Oh yeah.
It unlocked some other checks, but I didn't really see where they were. So, was there shit outside? Actually, let's look around here first.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
Have I ever told you that I'm not the biggest fan of softcover books?
I don't think you have.
No, I don't like softcover books because I just don't feel like they're easier to mess up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hardback books are a lot easier to keep in better conditions.
True, that's fair.
Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
The lieutenant inspects a softcover. Does it say? Does anything stand out as unusual? Well, I mean, it's a white check, so we can just try it again later. Here goes.
Not that you can tell.
Cool.
This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
All right. What else is there? Okay, those books are together. And so is a chair. Moth-bitten bedsheet. You could candles. Dishes. Is that the hell? Oh yes, I got the fucking junkyard dog.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure you didn't know this because I don't think we were playing Guilty Gear. This is like way before then, but this is literally just that's literally just Soul's weapon. It's the junkyard dog.
Yes, yes.
It is literally just Soul's weapon.
That's so fucking cool.
Where did I get? What is this? Hand-eye coordination +1. Gotcha. Oops. I always do that. I always just hit another stat, thinking that'll close the menu. What's this? Oh, I got another thing. +2 empathy, -1 composure. It's a +1 a scarf. See?
Every time.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
Was that because I got shot?
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No, not yet.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Okay. I'm good now, so all my shit is maxed the fuck out.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Hate the smell of gas.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs into the console, then from there into the room's electronics.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Cool. So let's go back over here then. I cannot zoom out more. There we go.
A dim golden glow.
Yep.
It's on. Turn emergency off.
It is on.
Automatic boot.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
There you go.
We in there like swimwear. It took me a while to learn what that saying actually means.
You didn't get that?
Well, I didn't actually think about it, you know? It was
That's fair.
I've been hearing it since like middle school, and I didn't actually think about it until like high school.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
Thank you, Half-Light. I definitely want to get Half-Light hired because Half-Light's things are like fucking kill him. And you're like, dude, chill.
Dude. Half-Light has some of the coldest line. That Shivers and like Pain Threshold, all of the body ones, they say some of the fucking coolest shit.
After you.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
All right, well, let's go. Um, before that, he got stuck. He got stuck and it just didn't continue. That's funny. Mostly fantastique historical fiction. This was once an armament rest. Interesting. Anything else I can interact with? Okay, let's go. Ooh, don't let me forget to check that locker. I'm gonna go outside and check around.
There you go. Do.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what's the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM. It sounds like RCM.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex.
Desert rhetoric. I have political thoughts. Is that what you're telling me?
A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
Endurance is like, dude, we're fucked. We're strong as shit, but we're fucked.
It's so fucked up.
What I'm hearing, okay, so what I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army. Logan, read it.
It's a little embarrassing in the 51, no? Maybe we need a rebrand.
ICM sounds like ICP, very close to International Collaboration Police.
Very close to Insane Clown Posse.
Nice and juggalo at that.
Nice and juggalo at that. Are we gonna sing Chop Chop Slide?
I'd rather sing fucking shit. What's the name of that song? It's called Scream. The song that I like by ICP is called Scream, but that has Hobson and Tech Nine on it. So
That's fair. Did you say Popson?
Did I? I said Hobson.
It sounded like to me you said Popson, and I was like, who?
my name is stuffed up. Right, my nose is stuffed up right now, so I'm probably gonna fuck up my words a lot more.
That was great. That was great.
Gotta close
That was great. That was great.
Did you say Pops? Yeah, my nose is stopped up, so I'm gonna have to deal with that. It's kind of normal.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The Comil was founded in 32.
A white star.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
This shit look old. What are doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Freighter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Interesting. The hell? Is that something I'm gonna go through by going through the blast door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
Blast processing. Inside the fortress, you can make out a console on the blast door. Okay, cool. Anything else over here? Doesn't look like it.
Nope.
Get sound is on. I think I already checked down here, but let me just double check, you know. I don't got a lot of health. I got a lot of mental health. My boy mentally sound. Mentally untouchable.
Mentally untouchable.
No, we're good. Looks like we're good.
Yeah, looks like it.
Ah.
Do, 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 do.
No, run. Please run. Thank you.
Check out that locker, boy. Come on, Harry.
More magnesium. More magnesium.
Christ.
My mental health is hopping right now.
You have like 11 fucking magnesium.
Walk slow and might be dangerous. All right. Well, and so we walk in. I have 11 magnesium and like maxed out on, well, I think maxed out on like health nodules. Okay, yeah. So we just came out where the blast door was. Can I zoom out? I can't. Not much to look at though. Rubbery dinghy, deflated, broken. Small white flowers blossom around you. Hello, person. What the fuck is that noise?
What is that noise?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
This has to be that dude those kids were talking about.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Oh my god, are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put up a fire? Two twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
They're kids. Bruh. They're children. You retain your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
That is a U-line. That is, Logan, if that's a U-line if I've ever seen one. Yes, I have retained my eyesight. It helps me see shit.
A shudder
Yeah.
of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Well, I'm sorry for rocking our hard, bruh.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
You didn't say that.
I did.
No, you didn't. I'm pretty positive he didn't say that.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It was not reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating mental illness music.
Wow, the empathy was not kidding. He hates everything. Nice gun.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bill McGrave?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
He sounds excited.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. The Hisanyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
His gaze turns inward. So we got two. I'm gonna read when you read the other one. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we could talk further. We're with the police. Log boy. Oh no, are you dead?
Oh, okay. There I am.
There you go.
I didn't hear shit. You can keep the gun, keep it down, not one move, get fucked.
I'll go with the first one.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Ooh, damn, that's hard. I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it the fuck down.
Already,
It's
baby.
a good line,
Fuck!
but your voice slips on, Commander,
You failed it
producing
with
a
one.
little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
I really wish I got that line off. That was so cool.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Damn. Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
I mean, it's as he said.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
Thank you, visual calculus.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant
Oh, no.
nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession.
Ooh.
Anytime.
The fuck are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
And that's a very long title.
I am a deserter,
Military.
a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the
That's my mom's
commune
birthday.
had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too.
He looks into
Been
the
island
fire.
hopping.
He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs.
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
So let me correct myself. You've been hiding for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up?
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people are walking. The gas streetlights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
For her?
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
What? I come from there, points to the mainland. I can assure you that is not what people are planning. Lock boy.
I've been there. There's a tinderbox. The city's a tinderbox. It might still happen.
I've seen it. Shake your head. Capital is too powerful. The rich are very well organized.
Can't trust none of these bitches.
I can assure you that's not what people are planning.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Okay, his comment on women, like the women portion of that, threw me off. But he's just looking for a revolution. He didn't want the war to end the way it did, but he can't give up. Got it. I understand now.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
What have you done?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
He stares right through him, blinking his dark eyes. You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
For what?
for reaction to take hold.
Reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't just reaction, nigga. You were afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take note. Does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
He gestures towards it. If I remember correctly, Joyce said something about there being cannons, and she would have sided on those side with cannons, but they lost anyway.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
And you didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
To anyone who's never seen a mouse, they are afraid of fucking everything. I've been saying this for like over a year now, but there are mice in my room. It's changed sometimes it hasn't. But there was a mouse like in the middle of the floor when I was in my bed, and to get it away from me, I made a noise, but it was like a really faint clicking of my tongue. I'll see if I could pick it up in the mic, but it was literally just like. It was like that, and the mouse jumped 4 times its body length and then fucked off. What was that?
What the hell up?
It was scared. I can't imagine being scared and jumping 4 times your height.
Airships.
Goddamn.
I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Know what?
That the bourgeois are not human.
He does not like rich people.
Nope.
Say nothing, let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Oh, the old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
So it's an island with historical meaning. What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First off, I'm not one of them.
Sure you
Coalition
are.
military,
You're
bitch.
RCN. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Coalition
Yike.
military. Logan!
I wasn't. God damn you, you whore! I said coalition military earlier, but whatever. Someone who's coming to end this madness.
Murderers, I know what murderers, I know what you mean.
Tell me something else.
It's hard to tell like what's like options and what's like you can go down the list.
Hmm.
Uh, I mean everything's murder. Like just there's no right answer here. War is stupid to begin with. War is like we had an argument and we can't solve the argument, so I'll kill you and get what I want. That's what war is.
Iblis,
Iblis Twigger. Iblis.
the black-eyed angel.
Wait, is that what that is? Is that what Iblis is? The only reason I even know the term Iblis is from Sonic 06, which fun fact we played yesterday. um, and Iblis is like a demonic monster in that. I didn't realize that was an actual thing.
Hmm.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed, create a system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
No, I actually stand by, but you didn't have. That's a choice. You could have just integrated back into the system. You didn't have to fucking steal. You didn't have to live like a dog. You chose that shit.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
TRCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
A droll smile stretches across his mouth. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
How have you coped, like mentally?
I'm not reading the last one. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Not appreciatively, I also live in hell.
I have holes in my brain.
You notice the lieutenant is about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Yeah, no, that's how you go crazy.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round.
Well, you deserted, bruh. I'm just saying, like, what right do you have to judge everyone else when you couldn't even stand next to your convictions? Sure, you were a kid, but still. I don't think you have the right to judge everyone.
It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a winds of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, too. How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
Like you wouldn't have searched around for stragglers, too, if you would want. Shut the fuck up.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins.
This is bitch.
And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
A weapon cache under that building in the basement. Have you been there?
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you been there? No, he hasn't been there. He hasn't been there because it literally looked like it's been deserted. Maybe he's been there in the past. That's a possibility. The weapons cache.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
I don't know how I feel about what he just said.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
In that case, you're no different than fucking, the old man that I threw his ball. His boule.
Oh yeah, Bouchard? Not Bouchard.
The old black dude, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
Renee?
about. Renee, yeah.
Was it Renee? There's a small
one of them was. One of them was.
I think his name was Renee. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did.
Yikes.
I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the
Trying to help
RCM.
me.
You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
So, one, I didn't do any of that shit. I just worked for the RCM because I wanted to be a detective to help people. You've literally been alive longer than I've been part of the, like, my terms of service has been shorter than your whole entire desertion thing, so you can fuck off with that shit, first off. Second of all, war's over, man. No one's gonna take you as a prisoner of war for a war that's not happening.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the defense corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What
That means you're a trained communist, right?
What does political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
His job was to assure the army answers the civilian control and follows the ideology of the country. So he was meant to work for the people then.
Mm-hmm.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
Means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm a revolutionary too. Today, the real revolution is done by entrepreneurs. Not really into
I don't give a
politics
fuck
myself.
about politics.
My bad. I did that. I've been used to playing the game by myself.
Yeah.
Not really into politics myself.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
You ever been called something and you just go,
What?
I really don't know what that means. What did you just call me?
Yeah.
What? That's what just happened. The fuck is a lumpin?
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
Lumpen means uninterested in revolutionary advancement.
Correct. I don't give a fuck. I have I'm a boyero, don't you know? Or whatever the word was.
Mm-hmm.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
He looks at the gun in your hand. Have you been using this gun? What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
What's that, pillow?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Yeah, that's what a communist would say.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Neppin got you in the background. Well, you're into this is some political shit, so this is good time for a
Political
nap.
shit.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? Lot boy.
Sorry, I was yawning.
Ah.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
What? The fuck just happened?
What the fuck was that?
Did you not get that?
No.
Ch-
No, I didn't hit that button.
he looks at a chill like electricity runs up your spine, crawling through your skull. What? All is not as it seems.
As it seems.
I just nap and play fighting games and watch streams. I thought Japan had classes on Saturdays. Is that not true? Or is that for only certain schools? So did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, so it's a certain schools thing. All right, interesting. I didn't realize that. Every time I've seen the most I know about Japan is what I've been able to glean from analyzation videos in anime. So in every anime, you have school on Saturdays. I take the set loads on Wednesday and Friday. So yeah, interesting. So, basically anything you do Saturday, you do on Wednesday and Friday. Interesting, very interesting. Culture, guys. The corpse in the ceramic armor hanging behind the willow rings. Did you shoot him? The fascist death. Go ahead and read that.
Fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
His name was Ellis No, he was part of the security detail of Martinez.
A beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company, CRYPTID.
You know who the fuck I mean. This guy.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a step forward towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
I'm more than positive that didn't answer the question. Fridays when I pass out, and Saturdays when I do any of the stuff and Sundays where I prepare for the week. Gross.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the gun. Bruh.
I wasn't sure if you were doing it or not.
If I'm not
What am
talking,
I
you could assume that
forgetting?
I'm not doing it.
You're right, though. You're right. What am I forgetting? Smack yourself.
Smack yourself.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony, and nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you, try to stimulate thought processes by, I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
No, I'm almost there. Just letting you have a few more punches. Excuse us for a moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but...
Are you going to talk to Kim, though?
We may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
I'm slacking myself to try to get ideas.
Trying to get him to confess.
How do you think the questioning is going?
What the fuck am I missing?
Okay. Alright, so I think this is one of those things where I just go through all of them. How is it gross? I just don't, like, work. I'm over here trying to, like, playing video games my living. I'm slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
He looks to the small tower on the coast. I think we should check it. Okay, I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight, and he'll do the rest himself.
Okay.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more under his belt?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Pat him on the back. Alright, let's look around, shall we?
Check the shit out.
I don't know what I can and can't click on. Doesn't look like there's actually anything over here.
Not a damn thing in sight.
What in the shit is that? I don't like that noise. The sound design in this game is really good. Ooh, hello.
Check some shit out. There's a door over there you gotta run into.
Oh, I see it. Okay. How do I get over there, though? Or do I just... Because I can't click over here. I gotta go around.
You gotta get on top.
Go on the thing. Thank you. The hell? Oh, that's the door. How do I get over there? I'm good on my health and everything. I need to get over there. I gotta get in there.
I started unironically saying that.
Okay, but how though?
Is there another way out?
Why is that a task? That's a task? Why is that a task?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. Also, you have a level up point still.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use it until I need it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I only use my level up points if I have 2. Can we talk about how the fact that you've played this game for how many times now, and there's still shit you haven't seen?
Yeah, no, there's plenty of shit I haven't seen. But no, I played through it probably 3-4 times, then I had Josie play through it once.
What did Josie pick, if you remember?
She did mostly like the visual calculus psyche build.
Okay. So basically what we're doing right now.
Kind of, yeah. I can't remember. Is there another way to get out when you're in the building?
There has to be, because there's no other way to get in from... I can't come in at it from the sides. Got to come in at it from above.
I can't tell because the quality on this stream is bad because the internet here is awful.
Where are you? Are you at your job place thing? Okay, got you. So I can assume that we won't be doing
3
face
hours
cam.
north. Yeah, I don't got the shit, my guy.
It's all good. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, before that. Yeah, okay, here it is. So you're like actually at your workplace, like you're living there for the time being.
Yeah, I'm living here for 2 months, basically.
Interesting. There's the sound of cargo ships and signal horns.
And we moving. All we gotta do is get shit to make this guy confess, and it's over. We move on.
It's over with. It's all good in the hood, my nigga. The winch is broken. Russ has eaten through what remains of the chain.
A strange feeling. looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
A bottle?
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
Okay.
In front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing.
Okay, yeah.
Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
Uh-huh.
Yes, cold and still. But love is
Come
warm,
on.
like the inside of her mouth.
Do
No.
the thing.
Yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
I agree with Volition. Also, why would I want to go into the water? Also,
Pain in your pelvis.
I've mentioned this before on a previous stream, and maybe even on a previous Disco Elysium stream, but this game has a really good ideology to it that it probably doesn't even intend, that your thoughts are not something that you have to identify with. And by that I mean, just because you have the thought does not mean you need to, like, act upon the thought or
that
anything.
thought.
Yeah. So, because you have a quote-unquote negative thought, that does not mean that you have to, like, feel the thought or continue with the train of thought. You can just let it go. Old medicine cabinet newly stocked with Doreen. Didn't get to read it.
Fine. It's fine.
I don't think I needed that, but what's this?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
The lieutenant looks around. He steps closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress. Wouldn't he need, like... I don't necessarily know how sniping works, but wouldn't he need a spotter?
You don't need one. Spotters are there to help. Okay, so let me put it this way. Usually snipers operate in two-man teams with a sniper and a spotter. But if they're in, like, long covert ops or anything like that, a sniper knows all the things they need in order to get the job done by themselves. Like, I can't remember if it's John Hancock or Jim Hancock, one of these guys. There was a guy who crawled several miles on his stomach in enemy territory for days by himself to kill this general, and then crawled back out by himself those same miles, same amount of days, without ever being spotted. And the whole thing about it is they don't need a spotter because they know how to sight in their rifle and know where to shoot. Spotter's really only there for, like, a high combat situation to know if they're gonna miss the shot. They have another eye telling them how to aim it.
Got you. So a spotter is just there as an extra set of eyes. They don't necessarily
Correct.
need one.
They
Gotcha.
don't need one.
I was under
They-
the impression that the
most
spotter was there to help them
snipers-
shoot.
In some, like most cases, yes, but most snipers, if they're high trained enough, they don't need a spotter on every single occasion because they know how to sight in their rifle.
By help them shoot, I literally mean by like help them set up and all that. Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick
Also, going back on that, half the time a spotter's really useful is if someone finds out where the sniper is and brings 3 or 4 dudes in close combat to fuck up that sniper. Because usually the spotter has some sort of automatic rifle and the sniper has a fucking sniper rifle.
Yeah.
And a
makes sense.
pistol.
Pick one of these cigarettes out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Rivisholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the Southern Islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Gross. An old man's brand of cigarettes.
Yes, it all adds up.
He stares into the can for a second. Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags.
Oh,
Rue
you're
de
getting close. That's a
Saint-Gislain,
vantage point.
10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Clausia's room. In the rain,
That's it.
reflecting light.
Motherfucker.
There it is.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that,
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the goddamn room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
Yeah. 7 people are dead.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
the lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here, I feel it.
I have damaged morale, but look at my fucking morale meter, bruh.
You're fine.
That was
Yeah,
like
you're
a
great.
mental flick. Alright, so we got the vantage point. Was there anything else in there I could look at? No, not really.
But you found the sniper's nest.
I'm gonna just take a quick look around, see if there's anything else I missed.
No, yeah.
Doesn't look like it, but not even
Just
thoughts.
walk into the sea. Just walk into it.
I want to know if that's a thing that I can actually do.
Just fucking walk in.
No, I can't. I can't even click over there.
Nah.
That'd be really funny. He just starts walking in.
What the fuck are you doing, Harry?
Lieutenant W. Freighter? W. Freighter.
Do.
Remember, Zuko, it's way wiser to come in the sink than to sink in the calm. Thank you, Uncle.
Do. You're gonna walk up and you're like, all right, we found the sniper's nest, and he's gonna immediately cave.
I mean, he wants to tell us. He just doesn't want to help us, as it was put.
I love that idea. Just I don't want to help you, but I also want to confess that I shot a man.
Minions of capital. What do you want? I ain't going.
I don't know why I have that Phineas and Ferb stuck in my head. Boom dicka boom dicka boom da boom dicka boom dicka boom dicka boom da boom dicka. Skid it up, beat it up, beat it doo da. Skid it up, beat it up, beat it doo da. Skid it up, beat it up, beat it doo da. But it beat up, ba ba da ba da ba ba. Yeah, okay, nothing else to help here. I'll do the check first, and then if I need this skill point.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Damn.
Do the thing.
What strikes
Hey.
me
Oh my
most
fucking
ultimately
God.
is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He's surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated? By what?
Wait, how did I get a 14? That's not a 14. Oh, composure is 4. That's how. Okay, got it. Never mind. Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
Dementia.
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Are you on some psychoactive substance?
Mr. Dro, are you okay? How is your memory? Would a foul temper do this?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Hey,
Dro's
bro, you fucked up?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
How is your memory, bitch?
You remember shit clearly?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
One more try, Mr. Dro's the Colonel. We need to talk to you about killing him.
You're under arrest for the murder of a bitch.
We need to talk about you killing this man.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Maybelle's behind the victim's window. Maybelle's behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here.
Go for it. I don't need your cooperation. I got this fucking gun.
We've done the ballistics. Went over to the tower. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
The jitter passes him.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
I'm doing my part.
You admit to killing him?
Best uninterrupted line of sight to that window.
The view is perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen in the room. Are you admitting you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hands. There's a twitch, then one more, one more one in his right eye. Jesus.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Maybells.
Maybell's bitch.
I saw that shit in the window, bruh. This ain't no Wendy's.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
There's a continuing. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else on Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
Resurrection. Segunda etapa.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
A young woman named Classe. I think I'm saying her name right. Classe. Ring any bells? Flowers like this were on her window.
Classier.
Clasier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yes, you hadn't heard her name before, have you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
So it's really interesting that they just narrated that, because what just happened is a real thing in body language called a micro reaction. I'm sure you as an actor know about them. A micro reaction is basically an involuntary facial expression. Usually a facial expression. I'm not sure if it happens with other body language types or anything.
It can, but it's usually the face, because the face has a lot more emotions that it can emote very quickly.
So for half a second, or even less than that, your face will twitch into the expression that you really want to make, it's basically snitching on yourself. So basically what happened here is that he took pride in killing him, so he had a micro expression that twitched into a crooked smile. But, you could have missed it if you weren't paying attention.
Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
Alright, fine. I don't need your cooperation. I got your goddamn gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Ooh.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Volition is my favorite stat. Volition
Yeah.
is like, okay. So what about that?
And
nigga?
who cares?
We said a lot of them. The musician we handled. Okay, don't let it divert you. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We got the goddamn murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances and reads and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
He does have
Yeah,
a
that
point
wouldn't have
there.
been good.
He does have a point there. There's no fucking law or kind of police detective anything here, and now one of the dogs gets shot, and you're up in arms about it. Yeah, he has a point there.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
Unfortunately, even if you do have a point, you're speaking to the wrong people.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You could almost see him. You can only see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His chest begins to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
And then?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Jesus, man. There's no way we would have found this dude. Like on the first day. He wasn't even here.
No.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word
All
is
right.
all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant just takes out his notebook slowly. Very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side and then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes through the right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps
That's
him
fair.
see all the shit.
No, he did say that.
And if you don't like it,
If it's part of the shit you see.
then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
That's insane. This man is insane. Oh my god. So he's just posted up in his sniping point, and then it's just shooting motherfuckers that he doesn't like.
Critique?
This motherfucker is stomping out ants.
Imagine, Antar, you're at an art class, and you throw up something, and it's like, all right, we're time to critique it, and then you just get fucking shot.
My fucking... Yeah, so I made this. This is a picture of me. I dressed myself as a clown, and then I did an ink print of it. Blam! No more me. The final critique is you should add more red.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
I'm not sure if they came up on stream, but Logan left there. I barely heard you, which is why I mentioned it.
Oh yeah.
Wrap this up like a gift. What specifically did you not like about what you saw at the night of the murder?
That's all you got.
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Jesus Christ.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
So the game has censored that word up until now. The reason why I didn't censor it here is because what he means by that is that it's a cigarette. It's a square. So that's why they didn't censor it there for anyone who was confused by that.
And beautiful.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
I should have. Kim was right. I should have arrested her. I just didn't want her to fucking die, you know?
Oh yeah, no.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
She was in, company espionage?
He's setting it up for you.
How did you see all this? The bruises that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
How did you get close enough to see these bruises?
I have my ways.
What ways?
Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
On her. This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. Fast. You lost it. You're a bad detective. Lazy and bad.
Thanks, physical instrument. How is that even you?
You're a fucking idiot.
One little thing missed and I drown in fucking anxiety. Isn't that how it always is?
That's how it always is.
No, it's cool. I've already got him. I don't need to be perfect.
No, it's not. Fix this now. Move on extra carefully. Be incredibly minute.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
While he stands here and rots.
You saw through her. So did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
It's not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that
Okay.
woman, though.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Well, was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head again, and sunflower on a withered stalk. A sunflower on a withered stalk. So why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
You brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Neither does he. He lowers his head, like a sunflower on a withered stalk. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's
He
it.
did it.
Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us hear first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafront. We arrested her. I'm not at liberty to say. Yeah, I'll lie to her. Lie to him. We arrested her.
Locked up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, like she knew. Staring at the island, the fort, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol. Cold rain falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the grey sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft.
North?
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south.
So she got away, and she seems happy right now. Shivers the shit. That's kind of cool.
Shivers is great, man.
Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points to the inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
And you didn't kill Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
And you're not living in ruins? Literally?
In tents,
Literally.
like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow from the sight he's missed. That's all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
You heard it here first. Elon Musk was to have sex with his own kid.
Ooh. Ooh.
Jeff Bezos wants to go to space so everybody will forget him so he can have sex with his own kid.
Oh, God. Oh, God, no.
Now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores.
You mentioned the Union is a social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democratic.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee? And then we can skip the last one. Disco whores.
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seized too hard. You mentioned the Union is a social democratic, and Mr. Clare is the farce of the social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Does Everard not run the Union?
That mobster Toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now. Just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Yeah, man, I lost my fucking gun.
Of course.
Yeah.
Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity, too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Droz, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Well, you won't be able to. You'll be arrested.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Love that.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Logic. Legendary.
I can make that percentage higher, so I'm gonna.
Glad. It's all gone.
What was the check?
It was a logic check.
Oh, it was a logic check.
It was a 92%, but you know, last time I had a 92%, someone got fucking killed.
Imagine you fail this one and his head just fucking explodes. Logic. Logic.
Ah, yes, the racist hat.
I love the idea of you get into a conversation and then you're like, all right, Kim, wait a second. And he just changes like 40 things of clothing.
The old man
And it's like,
stares
all right,
at the
listen.
sun. His lip curls into a sneer at the memory. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
I love the fact that Harry has all of his clothes on him, and I'm going to assume that it's in his hobo bag. He just pulls.
Absolutely, it is hobo
He
bag.
just pulls out.
Absolutely,
It's
it
a
is
magical
hobo
bag of holding.
bag.
Hold on, Kim. I gotta get the racist hat at. Why do you need the
What?
racist hat?
What do you need the racist hat for?
It makes me look
dude.
smarter.
my logic is so much better when I think I'm wearing a rice hat.
Oh my god. 20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
Hey, he acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Then who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that Classier.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
That's what I was about to ask, because we heard about this earlier from, I think, Everard, or Edgar, whichever one I was talking to at the moment. I think it was Edgar, technically, but it was Everard. And she just fucking disappeared, and no one knows why. And I think we actually got that information from Joyce, and we confronted Everard about it. Jesus Christ.
No, I guess it was not.
You could see, you could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar has someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Now come.
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job, on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
It was you.
Huh. It was someone. Someone shot her.
His eyes grow cold suddenly.
Or maybe she just fell. I get these violent ideations. My memory is filled with holes, especially the 30s. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage. Different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
For someone who talks about politics so much, you sure don't know about power vacuums.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
Huh.
They sputter again, nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says it in a voice even calmer, as if there were nothing at all.
Ooh.
Could he walk?
I mean,
He did do a hit, technically, but he killed other people too. He admitted to
correct.
that. So would he actually be able to walk? Because that sounds like a bold-faced
know.
lie.
I don't know.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW.
Prisoner
You
of
were
war.
in
That's
war.
how.
You were on
That's how.
assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
That's
A
how they can do it.
degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night.
I'm actually
Everyone
gonna
is a
step out for a minute.
blobber in this
All right.
world.
I'll be back in a
Everyone
few.
betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By the cock parading in a colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
Who cares if it's a working class game or not? Would you want him to play fucking chess or some shit?
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him personally, his make and model.
That's racist.
There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
With a shaky finger, he points to the city towards the crater near the plaza, with the lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off.
A grin stretches
Please,
across his face.
Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger, it borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
I don't know what a bonbon is. I always thought it was some kind of donut.
Save the treat for later.
The lieutenant asked cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Lines on his face straighten as if he looks inland.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm just wanna.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Okay, so I did get actually everything out of him.
Yes, very.
Oh my God. He's even worried for him.
Oh. I'll read that then. Yes, where is he? He tenses up. I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones. He can still come out and play with balls and get shot in the head, right? No, he's dead. He's been dead for a couple days.
No,
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
The old commoner looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
You cared for him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
You okay, Mr. Droz?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Glad we talked about what?
Yusuf, you are under arrest for the murder of Ellis Courtenay.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
He's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Okay, I don't have anything for perception, but you can try this. Wait.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
We could all fit in that little boat?
Actually, no. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Something is happening. Stop. Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
I can't not stop. Maybe I can just ask the net picker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
I can't listen. You could come back for me once we've taken over to the precinct, or I could come back for you once I've taken to the precinct. I am listening. I can't choose anything.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need. No need to be polite. I'll do it.
This world. What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Yo, wait. What the fuck? What the fuck?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds
Yo!
from the reeds,
Yo!
limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What the fuck is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
What the fuck is happening?
How did I know that you'd still be talking to this guy?
Because I wanted to know everything about there is to know, and I know now that fucking Edgar kind of technically hired him to kill.
Kinda technically, yeah.
Yeah, but he wanted to do it for himself. I also realized that I also know that he fucking really wanted to shoot Renee in the face, but he waited too long and Renee is dead.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly.
Look at it.
In
Look at it.
absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Man, Monty is gonna be so pissed that he missed this stream.
Look at this.
He's been screaming for cryptids this whole time,
Hey, guess what? Here's your fucking cryptid.
and he's not fucking.
Here's the legitimate cryptid called the Insulindian Phasmid.
We learned about this motherfucker. We were searching for this motherfucker.
Be very, very careful.
Yeah,
God.
and here you are. Here's your dude. Go fucking talk to it. No, shut the fuck up about karaoke. Go talk to it.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
With your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow. Soak in your chest. You reek of it. Your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Him, take a picture right the fuck now.
Okay.
Take a goddamn picture. Take a goddamn picture.
There is no change in
Ka-chung.
the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
They don't give a
Intro.
fuck about Kim.
If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto the photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you see it as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Dude,
Slowly
look at
reach out and
you.
touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body.
Morale got here from that.
It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
I thought you were gonna lick your finger.
No. If I learned anything from science classes, don't lick and touch anything. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up and down the slender limb. Higher.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control. The stimulus overloaded it. It's passing like an extended moment or a gallstone.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand up on your tiptoes and look closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
I spoke to the dead man's body, and I got a +1 off that.
Yeah.
I exist.
I'm so glad you succeeded in that. I am so glad you succeeded from that. Talk.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Talk to a fucking cryptid.
It's wunderbar.
Yes.
Wunderbar.
Holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
Are you trying to tell me that you're not supposed to exist, but you do?
I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
You're telling me you're not supposed to exist, but you do?
Mm-hmm.
Logan, what the fuck is happening to me right
You're
now?
talking to a cryptid. Go, keep going.
You're the type
Fuck
of
every other option, keep talking.
Yeah, the type of animal I'd like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. An incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It's very disorienting at first, but I keep my ship together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrator, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror, day after day, second by second.
Logan, I'm gonna cry.
Detective
Keep going. Look at that.
arriving on the scene.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that. The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Am I fucking sleeping right now?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
I think that is the coolest sentence I have ever heard in my life. No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. I think that is the coolest sentence I've ever heard. Where does this all come from? All this around us. The world, exactly.
Not
The
even
world,
the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Why is it cute? What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revelshore, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
Just send the last like 10
He's
minutes to
been here for
Mooney.
a long time.
Just clip all of it and just send it directly to him. Be like, hey, this is
I'm
what you
telling
missed.
him to watch the fucking VOD. That's what the VOD channel is for. That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Is the Pale human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I do not have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
But how?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
So how you feeling?
I'm kind of just mesmerized by that this Phasmid is talking to me, telling me that humans are the damnation of the planet, at least in this universe. And honestly, in real life too, but we're not gonna worry about that for right now. Where's Hal?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion.
Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of it ever existed.
Am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
That I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say, why does it say 0? I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever had this many choices.
No, you haven't.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all creatures I've met, you are the kindness. Of all creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid. The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head. As you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
And that motherfucker's gone.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north, and with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on the water?
Apparently,
that shit
yes,
into Reed?
like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He puts his hand in the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Now, fuck him! Yo! I got
Hey,
it.
there you go.
However, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
Don't think this helmet would have helped me in any way. Oh. Go ahead, Logan.
At least my collector's impulse has been satiated.
I'm sure I'll have use for this armor in the future. At least my collector's impulse has been satisfied. Yes, I am shiny thing.
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
And I am now invincible.
Check out the armor. Check out the armor.
Check out the consoles! Where's my... There it is. Where does it go?
What?
Is it a hat?
Yeah.
It's a hat. Was that all the pieces? No, it was all the pieces. Hold on. Now it's time to look big boy cool.
Wearing pants on top of the armor. Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't even know you could do that. That's hilarious.
Are we missing something?
No, I have all the armor. It said I had all the armor.
I'm missing wearing something. I mean,
Ah.
was there armored pants?
I don't remember there being armored pants. Ball networks.
Sure. Check out your items too while you're in this.
A rifle scope. Oh, can I not equip this?
No, it's the rifle scope that looks like it might go on that rifle.
A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt-action 4.46 caliber. It uses an old-style non-dotted rangefinder reticle. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens and is severed water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. And then we also have the... Okay, I thought it was going to combine them. It did not. It didn't. In fact, did not combine them. What are bullets? I never got bullets to equip here.
You never got bullets.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
How the fuck did you not see that thing, dude?
He stares at the reeds, falls silent.
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. Like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Doras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
You got fucked up, dude.
I think it's the Phasmid.
Yes, The arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid.
Man saw Phasmid and it broke
But you
his
think it's
fucking
something more
brain.
than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke?
He couldn't see it, Kim. It was just reads to that man.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr.
No response.
Maybe this is how Phasmin stayed hidden for all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
Dude, I wasn't looking at him because I was reading all the dialogue and everything. I didn't realize that he was hunched over, shaking, looking left to right.
Yeah, no, dude, he got fucked up. He saw something that no human being should ever see.
And he saw that shit for 44 years and then forgot he saw it. Old man sputters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the Phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he is still staring at the sea. I think he's addicted to it.
Like a drug?
He has the symptoms of an addict, and it's not the normal symptoms.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
Could it be that there's something hormonal in this relationship to the Phasmid? In his relationship to the Phasmid, excuse me.
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age.
The scope,
Hey,
knowing of her bruises,
remember.
his disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean.
Remember, the poison only does anything if you're there for a long time. What Phasmid said.
I spoke with the Phasmid. It said it was destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe, but it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
He's been here a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
That's the first thing. Kim, picture now.
No one would believe you without it.
You found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Tap on the helmet on your head.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
He
You
turns
lost?
his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
I have an itchy trigger finger because I did not mean to click it. I literally just saw the prompt and went boom, there. I did it. It's done now.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
It's only been 3 hours.
Yeah, correct.
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight, dude.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
The return. Right. Well, I only have 2 objectives, and I don't really need the points, but I am curious to know what that one objective is.
The greasy old spring mattress
What'd you say you cut
lies
out?
in the corner.
Look at
Fresh
you all
linen
dressed up
under
and
the
shit.
heavy caracal cover.
The offer still stands. Take it. You don't look so good.
The bed is quite inviting, all things considered. It's much warmer inside than out there.
Maybe a little shut-eye. Just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees and close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until
Until?
you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Damn. You good there, Harry?
Nope, he's fucked up.
What happened to Kim? The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Okay. The beach.
Okay.
The beach, right. So that's that way. The back door. Like you never opened it.
Well, would you look at that?
Oh, I thought the world just wasn't here. Go down the chain. There's something there. What?
Keep going.
Walk into the water. Oh!
Hey, you know how I said walk into the water? Walk into the water.
You see her footprints in the water.
Walk into the water. Video store on the corner, on the crosswalk.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Muindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off. Very off. Just let her go. Listen to me for once.
I've listened to you this whole entire thing. I'm gonna listen to you now. Go. Goodbye.
Is what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh.
God damn it, everything was fine already.
The light from the video rental casts shadows on the ground. She turns her face, and it's illuminated by it. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here like a pillar of salt, saying,
Hey.
Hey,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you.
yes. Or, I mean, no. But I am in a hurry.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really.
She looks at you plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now.
Oh God, it was for. Oh my God.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hit that thing on the figurines. Fucking do it. You know you want to.
I don't want to do it actually.
Hit
I
it.
I didn't want to even get the figurine. You weren't there for it. I didn't even want to get the damn figurine. But Monty was
Hit
like, "Hey,
the
do it,"
damn-
and I was like, "All right, fine,
Hit the damn figurine button.
fine." Only because of peer pressure.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought figurines were for getting back. Okay.
Please don't give me any gifts.
It's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Whew.
Get from where I'm in fucking hell. Logan,
I wasn't sure. I'm not getting over it at all.
you're right. I don't even remember who you are anymore.
I think I've just reached the end of an investigation.
I don't even remember who you are anymore.
See? It just takes some time. For you, it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with greed.
But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
20 years? That's so much time.
that you felt that way once? That you can't live without me?
With all my strength, I can. It's like eating rocks.
Doesn't have to be like this. We could try again.
Okay then. Super okay. I still have other things I need to know.
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
She looks at you quizzically. It doesn't seem like a mystery she wants to go into. You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who, everyone?
Everyone. Literally all of you.
Literally everyone in your body.
I should have stayed down.
Should have gone even deeper to a place where I never even fucking met you. It's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void.
I'm glad we're having this conversation and getting so much closure. I should have stayed down.
My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
You know what's impolite? Co-signing a lieutenant detective of the Revachol Citizens Militia to eternal damnation.
Cool with your friends. Say hi to him for me, yeah.
This is so grotesque. Say nothing.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
Ooh.
On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and the Insulinde, and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
War criminal.
Who says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace, and temperance. It's perfectly normal to have an army of humanity. I am the innocence of humanism. I call it whatever I want to. Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I really have to go to the aerodrome. I don't have time for this.
Would you say you didn't behave like a war criminal with me?
You're right. You're not a war criminal.
I don't like either of these responses.
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That's not what he said.
That's not what was said. That's not what was said.
Okay, now I have a question. Did that happen in your game?
No. I never had the shit not say what it's... What? What the fuck? Did the wires get crossed back there?
Okay. What? What is happening?
I don't know.
Can we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria over there in the corner. Logan?
I didn't hear you.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Hold on, what is there to do in this fucking Morovia?
But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way.
I get it. I understand.
So, it's not only that everything in my whole entire body has told me to let this go. Even the fucking phasmid, which we did conceptualize, but still, even the phasmid is like, dude, let this hoe go.
Let this hoe go.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Was it 20 years? Was it 20 years since this conversation actually happened?
Was it?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
Alright, that got real. Logan, what did I tell you before the fucking stream started?
Drama.
Yeah, that got real kind of quickly.
Yeah.
This is intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
That's the most fucked up thing about it. Harry, we've had these conversations about 20 times, and we're gonna have it tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve this fucking case. Are you dead? Is it the internet? Do you just not hear me? What's going on?
The Discord is tweaking because I had said stuff.
Okay.
My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands.
Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim.
Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's get back to the mainland. That's the next step in the task chain.
Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Go back to the mainland. Let's finish this fucking case.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really threshed and squealed in your sleep.
The return.
Wow. That's fucked up. The fact that he even had amnesia.
Oh yeah, no.
And still had that
up.
dream.
He's all fucked up. Go back.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
He says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
There you go.
Look what the tide brought him.
There's the man without sunglasses suddenly. His expression changes as he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
No, I look like a G. I look like a stormtrooper, nigga. Stuck this stormtrooper dick.
Whatever
Shoot
this
me,
is,
motherfucker.
it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Who are you people?
Hello, Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I remember you. You were telling me about the Feld building.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
Well, that's a real nigga right there.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
You gotta have my back, kid. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Oh, how did you know I was here?
You're not man with sunglasses. You're not even blonde.
Okay, question. Is it Discord fucking you up, or did you just not know that I wanted you to read that?
Dude, I'm saying it as fast as I can read it.
You know, you never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Ooh, that's fucked up.
So
Yeah.
Trent Hiddleston turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Hiddleston.
Duped again. No one's who they say they were.
Task Force?
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. You mentioned the task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstamm, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
So, what do we do?
It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
How the fuck did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
After all that, so we stuff he betrays me. I saved his establishment. Okay, Logan.
I saved his establishment, and he still betrays me.
Turn to face the general direction of the whirling regs. Damn you, cafeteria manager! You've betrayed me for the last time.
I understand. Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Where the fuck have you been? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
So you let me face a squad of trained killers alone to teach me a lesson.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
All will burn, Satellite Officer Vicmer. Make no mistake about that.
Why didn't you detect or die then?
Yo! Yo, that comeback is godlike. We might say that. Why would you believe a literal police god? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore. Why didn't you detect or die, bitch?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss.
We are going to the abyss.
None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, social economically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
I drank so much I lost my memory, and now I'm getting it back.
I made it all up. I was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know who I am.
It might have to do with that weird thing in the church. You know, just a 2mm hole in the world.
I am a highly experimental detective. That was a method I used to solve this case.
Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
I drank so much I lost my memory, and now I'm slowly recovering it.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural.
Oh god, are those the cases in my ledger?
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent.
Oh my fucking god!
Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's Absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
Wait, so I want to go back. So basically he said I was connected to everything and I just needed an escape and I used liquor to do that.
Yeah, you use liquor to turn your brain off from being aware of every single thing. Which is bullshit because then you factory reset yourself and you became even more aware of everything.
But this all comes down to I drank myself stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
I'm ready to lead again. Fuck all of you, I don't want to be in your unit. I'm ready to lead again.
You
No
suck
one
my
even
unit.
mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it.
Options.
I drove it. I'm just gonna be honest. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
I thought the killer was underwater.
I didn't even read that.
That's why I was like, dude.
The
dude,
time hath come. Tequila sunset. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
You're welcome.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right
What
here.
do I have to do? Is this futuristic armor?
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Well,
You're proficient in catching small objects. Fuck.
You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and it lands on the ground, some 2 meters away. Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch
Oh my
that
God.
stupid thing.
Oh my
Damn it.
god.
wow.
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural stakes, not achievements.
I upgraded my gun to a rifle. I have a new gun now.
I may have pawned it. It's gone now.
Yeah, I checked the local pawn shop. You saw the pawnbroker a Villiers 9mm pistol to pay for booze. It worked too, didn't it? You're drunk right now, aren't you? You fucking bum, I can smell it all the way over here.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again, dickhead.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Hold on, I just haven't washed myself after the autopsy.
It might be that pheromone.
Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse.
It's been of a fucking week, man.
None of this matters. My odor situation is meaningless compared to what I've discovered.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
I'll let her go as an act of mercy, dickheads.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who shot herself in the head, or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
Thank you.
Oh.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the fucking case, dickheads.
I was literally gonna say, I solved the
It's
fucking
better
case.
if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent
Fuck
the
you.
week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yfreter Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
Hey, guess what about
One
that?
week.
Yeah.
My favorite part about that, if you like go to the store and buy liquor and stuff, Kim will absolutely rat on you and say, "Oh yeah, he's been drinking this entire week."
What if I don't actually drink and just buy the liquor?
I mean, if you actually consume it, he
Okay.
calls you out on it here.
Okay.
However, you didn't consume any fucking alcohol this entire week. Therefore, Kim's like, no, actually, he was like really good.
Yeah, I knew that. I felt like that was a thing. I got the cigarettes because electrochemistry was like, get cigarettes. But I was like, I don't want to do... Well, it's better than going back to the drugs that I was doing, I guess.
Yeah.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
Because I'm fucking
disco
disco, bruh.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
I am the policeman of the state to come. No, that's not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Others still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time.
I did that
Yeah,
But
once.
despite all this, he is a
Hey, you
great
did it.
detective.
Therefore,
One
it
of
had.
the best I've
This
seen.
is the scene at the end of the game where they talk about all the things you did.
Yeah, that was just my stats, wasn't it? Hold on.
This is all your stats. This is all of your stats.
Date of birth. Indirect modes of tax. I'm a hustler, baby.
Yep.
Hobo cop.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. In 38, he went to... I don't remember what this does. In 38, he went to the core of Hisinyo province in Safware, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. Oh my god. His body was found hanging from the decorative dragon tree in his janitor suite amid drug paraphernalia, wholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single Wonderland skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s. This seems like disco. This is very disco.
This was very disco.
Derealization. I don't remember how half this stuff is. I just remember it was like, oh yeah, your intellect cap it gets raised, and I was like, cool. Hand-eye coordination, I still fucking missed.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven, and he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
You dickholes are in my way.
He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Oh
New
God, Kim.
species.
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Rain comes down. He covers the glossy photo of the phasmid with his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
And as you can
Fucking
see,
hell is that?
I'm the greatest communist ever.
To the case?
That's what it fucking said, damn it.
It was great.
Detective?
Is this still... Yes. I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub in a church.
The phasmid's female, reads her nest, all that shit.
And the killer, Liana, yeah. We have a strong motive for him.
Previous head of the Dubois Union was assassinated by the killer.
Do I get to say all of this?
I'm pretty sure you do.
Well, let's start off with something that's really important then. Just in case.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
That's a good point.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
Cool, we did get to say all of it. So, I also started a nightclub in a church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yes, I reinvigorated the local nightlife.
I did some kids a solid, turn their lives around.
Yeah, and I discovered that he hit hard to unexplored too many big words in one too many big words in one sentence. Intraplanetal phenomenon in their 2 millimeter hole in the world.
That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
The phasmid's female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
I gathered the helmet in the scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well,
It told me.
then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like reeds.
Yes. That would be a pheromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrators seem intoxicated somehow, like an addict, but it's just a hunch.
There are species of bees that, under the influence of pheromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any pheromones.
Of course.
That's
Lieutenant.
true.
Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles and looked like hair. It was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a good thing it was the first thing I fucking clicked in it.
Correct.
I feel like
Correct.
I feel like it wouldn't have mattered if it was the first thing I clicked or not, but still. Get the fucking
It's a
photo.
good idea to get it.
Kim. Get the fucking photo.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit
Everyone's like,
while
dude,
you're
if you
ahead,
didn't have the photo, we wouldn't
or
believe you.
No.
We have a strong motive for the killer.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
What?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
For some reason, this dude reminds me of Rubber Ross.
I can see that.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
This man is upset.
Of course, excuse
This
me,
man doesn't
I
give
just
a
thought it was
fuck.
noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary out of an act of jealousy. He killed... Okay, go ahead, Logan.
Killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union.
He killed him in an act of rage against the phasmid semiochemicals.
Dude, I don't even know if we actually have a motive.
He would kill him in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism, like a phasmid.
It's way more than that. All winner back with this.
Dude, let it go. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school.
I did everything I could. It was a struggle.
I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be just a little neater. I did all I could.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Dude, fuck you. I understand that you're like you have a long history with me being my partner and understanding that I'm a fucking train wreck. You don't have to be a dick right now. We've already had the conversation where I've drunk myself into oblivion. All right, I'm a different person now.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass
It's there.
in time.
Also a dead man on a boardwalk.
Oh yeah, I did find that missing person.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I also looked into the mystery of the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Curse turned out to be a possibly entroponetical, part of my larger investigation into Martinez itself.
No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthroponetical again. Enough with the salary pay 2mm hole in the word line. This isn't Paradox B. We're a police force.
Paradox B is a fringe science magazine published in Grad. Its mission is to explain theories like telekinesis and intra-esolary power before they get out of hand. It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this angle further. Cut it out is indeed what he is thinking.
Whatever. So, what do you say? You wouldn't take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Before that, I have a few questions about who the fuck I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who the fuck am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Collection of sportswear I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
You said in Coron? When was I a gym teacher there?
Why did I join the RCM there?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Okay, dickwad. You said Coron.
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Coron is just east of Jamrod. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
That sounds kind of nice.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
That makes sense.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Oh, well.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Well, fuck.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Oh, that's why I called her Dolores Day.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Not Dora Dubois.
England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
Yeah, well, I don't like blondes, so. We weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
That was 6 years ago.
6 years.
6 years.
And remember
you
in the
haven't gotten
dream.
over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Remember in the dream, she's like, you have this 2 or 3 times a week, a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Like, said this. It's like, you've been having this dream 2 to 3 times a week for 6 years.
Harry, it's time for therapy, man. This,
Yeah.
even my shit. My shit was
I love
3
this.
years.
Literally, it couldn't have been 6. 3. Let's go with 3.
I didn't even see that down there before I said that.
That's why I started laughing when you said 3. That's why I started
I
laughing,
didn't
man.
even see that. 6 years.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and the Rangalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who even was she?
Incredibly bangable.
I mean, figures.
I didn't need to hear that.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
She was rich too. That makes sense for the character that I've created.
Yeah, you
Snow
dated a
Welkin.
rich woman.
Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture.
Dude, I had about
but
half of
suddenly
those
she
things
formed
picked
a
up.
real spiritual
Holy fuck.
connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing.
She was an art teacher, and that explains Art Cop.
Yeah, that explains Art Deco Cop.
My point
And
is,
why you had so
need
much to
see
say
a
on the murals and
psychiatrist
stuff.
about this
Yeah.
shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
I agree. He's a dick, but I agree.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Okay, am I a dirty cop?
No.
Because the suspects seem to think I was.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not
Nice.
that bad.
Okay. Does that get crossed off? Okay. Precinct 41. What kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torson and McLean.
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torson and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it?
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
No.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
And Prices. I like him. He's nice.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we go in there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
That's fair. So I work in a bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
And we just work on hard murder. Got it.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in River Shoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
Jesus, okay. That's way worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, no, you got fucked with this task force.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
I need to tell Lena about the Phasmid as soon as possible.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
She looks like Vic Mayer.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Watch out, or she'll faint.
She's in a wheelchair. She'll be fine. Kitsuragi, what are you gonna do, bruh? Kim K, what you doing?
Well, first
Special
I will
K.
go back to my station and write the most
I wish you
detailed
were here.
report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
I wish you were said that like at the beginning. I would have absolutely called this nigga Special K. About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spirit light reflected in his lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
You want to do that the 41st?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I want you to work at the 41st.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I, for the life of me, have never heard a British person with a deep voice. Can never say that about a Frenchman now. Vic Mayer, his voice is deep as shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If he wasn't an asshole, his shit would be like coffee. Like, you know what grinding coffee beans sounds like? That's what his voice is.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He returns her smile.
He's really considering it.
Yeah! Recruited Kitsuragi. Alright, I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you and then Vic Mayer.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, A square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
Never did figure out that case.
Dawson?
No.
Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
The hell is this? As in, we're asking if everyone's ready to go?
Think so.
Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that.
Oh,
like
it's
a
this
bad
corpse
thing.
talking about Harry.
Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Oh, that was them assigning me the case.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Man, oh man. No game is safe. No game is safe. We literally just beat the game, and that's the last thing we end on. Is breaking the fucking door.
All right. Well, I guess this is the part of the game where I talk about not breaking it and I express my feelings on it. I've played a lot of really well-written games this past year, between Trails of Cold Steel, this game, other games that I've played that aren't coming to my mind right now. This is no exaggeration, probably the most well-written game I've ever played. And I didn't even see everything that the game had to offer. This is just one way of many.
That's what I was gonna say. Is I was like, you saw one of like many potential paths. Because granted, it will still end in a very similar way. You'll still have the same similar outcomes, but the person you are will be different every time you play this.
This is a different journey depending on how you play it. And I can't wait to get to a different replay of this.
Oh god,
it's gonna be so fun just to make a completely different person and go through it. I'm telling you, Instinct Cop is gonna be the shit.
Instinct Cop is gonna be fun.
Cause
physical instrument, like special, like in the know of the city just by sheer shivers and all that crap.
In Inland Empire, fucking
oh yeah,
Hedonist Instinct Cop. Let's do it. It's gonna be. This is a fun game. I know it's not normally the type of games that we play usually on the channel, but definitely a welcome one. Maybe one day, way in the future, we'll play the game again after I've forgotten like everything about it. But that'll be a couple years. But man, I can't. I want. They don't have anything anything else under their belt as far as games. But whatever their next game is, I'm damn sure gonna play it.
I'm almost positive that they will have a real good focus on making, Disco Elysium 2. Not necessarily a continuation.
Yo,
of
Kuno
that same
and
story.
John Vic Mayer was played by the same person.
No way.
I just saw the credit go past.
No way.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Wow. Wow.
Easy Leo and Tiago's the same person too. But yeah, what do you think of the game? Obviously, you're the person who got me to play it.
I've always enjoyed it. I've always enjoyed this game, and like I said, I played it 4 or 5 times, and even watching this, I was like, damn, this is still different than when I was fucking playing it.
Yeah, you played.
Look at this.
Yeah,
look at this. Look at it. The same guy who did Reptilian Brain was also Kuno's dad.
I didn't see
What?
Kuno's dad.
Yeah, no, you didn't. There's a certain fucking subquest you didn't follow at all.
I didn't see.
And I know
Kuno's
this
dad.
because I watched a little bit of it, and you never mentioned any of this shit. Like, there are certain things that, like, we could have gone and seen. You didn't do those. And you saw so much.
I saw
You
a lot.
didn't finish half the game. Like, you finished the game. You didn't see at least, like... Because there are certain things that I saw on my playthroughs that we haven't even touched, and I'm not talking about in the slightest. Because if we do a replay of this, I'm going to be, like, trying to push you to do those.
Yeah, there's a whole entire thing I could have. There are a lot of fight things that I just didn't do because I couldn't do them. I didn't have the
Yeah,
stats
you're going
for
to
it.
fucking die.
The fact that I got a nat 20 on Measurehead in by itself is insane. So, yeah, I mean, overall, this is an amazing game. I can't wait to do a personal replay of this. And going forward, I forgot about
Very
Fuck the
hard
World.
to exploit a handicapped person.
That was a character. I did meet that.
That
person.
was a character.
As far as what's going to happen now, I'm going to play. Next week we'll be starting Shin Megami Tensei 5. Logan, as far as him being on the channel and streams, he will be playing 13 Sentinels, and by he will be playing, I mean I'm technically going to be playing, but it's going to be his playthrough. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon, given his workload, and I would prefer to have face cam with that, but it really is just dependent. I want to start that as soon as possible before the passion for it dips out, you know.
No, that's of course.
And then maybe I'll go back to fighting games on Fridays, but as of right now, I'm kind of burnt out on them, so I'm probably just gonna do some random games. As for that,
There you go.
I still want to do my Metroid Dread speedrun. Have you touched Metroid Dread yet?
No.
Oh my
I don't
god!
have the Switch with me.
You don't have the Switch with you right now,
Nah.
and you definitely don't have the time.
No.
Oh my god, the game is so good. Obviously, there's always been Metroid speedrun achievements, things that you get. If I'm trying to complete the game under 4 hours, so doing my second playthrough of that game, I got there in about 5, so doing it in 4 shouldn't be that bad.
Just cut out some stuff.
Yeah, my first playthrough was about 14, 13 hours. Second playthrough was about 5. And a lot of it was me not remembering how to play the game.
And there's still gonna be easy ways to like break shit and go through a glitch in this wall.
Oh yeah, sequence breaking. Fun fact: if you get something early in the game goes, "You don't know what this is. You can't use this yet."
It's great.
It's great.
That's really good.
So yeah, that's very. As of right now, that's probably what's gonna happen. For the channel. And thanks so much for everyone who showed up. Sorry, Monty, that you couldn't be here to check out the literal cryptid. That's the only thing you were watching the game for.
Play the game yourself. Talk to Cryptid.
Talk to Cryptid. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it as far as I mean, I guess we're gonna let the credits play out, but can I skip this?
Probably.
Nope. I'm hitting all the buttons. Nothing's happening.
Even escape?
Yeah, even escape didn't do anything.
Damn, okay.
Wow. Yeah, man. This is... I didn't expect to actually find a cryptid. And even if we did find a cryptid, I didn't expect it to be the Insulinian Phasmid. I expected it to be the knock your mama socks off.
My favorite thing about it was when you were talking about cryptids and stuff, I was like, I can't spoil it. I'm trying so hard not to spoil the fact that you meet a cryptid.
It's real good.
And my favorite, it was like walk into the ocean, and I was like, oh please does this happen now? And then I was like, oh fuck, he has to sleep first.
I was like, walk into the ocean. What does that even mean? Can I do that?
You're
Is
like,
that a thing I can
that's
do?
that's not a thing I can do. And I was like, yeah, you right. And
The
then he
only
went to
reason it even happened is because I was like, why is this a task?
Yeah, why is task go to sleep?
It was that and the combined fact that last time when I played the game was like, this isn't the last dream. This is the dream before the last dream. And I was like, huh?
Stress relief, Ziggy the dog.
There was a dog?
Yeah, in the office for stress relief. That's what it said. They had help from Larian Studios?
I thought they meant in the game. That was just their office. I understand now.
Yeah. I didn't realize I got help from Larian Studios.
Interesting.
They do games like Divinity, Original Sin, and Sin 2, and they're also doing the new Baldur's Gate game.
I heard those games are good.
They are very good. They are very good.
Zaum?
I played almost all. Zaum.
Mankind, be vigilant. We love you. No? Is that it? That's it.
That's disco, baby.
Damn, this is... What happens if I hit continue? Does it just put me right before my last save?
I think it puts you right before your last save.
Okay.
I think.
Alright. Well. That's gonna do it for the game. Damn! Now, the next time we have a choice, it'll be whether we're gonna save the world or destroy it. Because the next time Logan has a choice, it'll be like, do I want to use my mystery points to unlock this tidbit or this tidbit?
I'm already lost.
So in the game, in 13 Sentinels, you have mystery points. You can use your mystery points to unlock certain parts of the story in the archive section. And there's things as simple as, hey, you get to know what the snack is, and you get to know how this particular very important sci-fi thing works.
I'm
intrigued. We gotta workshop the next time you have your schedule so that we can start playing that fucking game. It's so good. But yeah, that's gonna fucking do it for Disco Elysium. Thanks for everyone who came to the streams.
Oh yeah.
Discord is in the description down below so you can know when I'm streaming and all the other stuff, all the other cool shit that I'm doing. Yeah, be sure to, if you're on the archive channel, be sure to like, subscribe, all that. Make sure you check out the main channel that's doing exclusive other gameplays and everything. And I think that's about it. Thank you so much for everyone who hung out with me. Logan, Abby, she's not here right now. And that's about it. Anything you want to add, Logan?
Nope, not a damn thing.
All right, well, then we will see you next time. We'll see you Monday when I continue Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.